Alright, so let's get to Capital Idea. That is in Alameda. And I have to do this as 82. What is the lowest 82 I have? That would be probably Paladin.
Rauban says, the Wanderers return. You've been busy, bringing down a tower and producing the keys to you should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Alphino says, will you and Lord Americ be leading the Americ says regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you, we dare not neglect our duties for too long lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Zabar contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Estinian says, can't please them all. Americ says, sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve. Rauban says, I hate to say it, but Lord Americ struggles. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Zabar, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Alphino says, thank you. Both of you.
Question mark says, we meet again.
Gaius says, word of your exploits travels quickly. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this sect. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. Estinian says, so you're not coming with us? Strange. I thought you'd have a stake in this. Gaius says, I do. The tell offer I have laid waste to my homeland and but though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Zabar contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Gaius says, whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your effort. A fair point, but so long as you refrain from announcing your arrival to all and sundry, the average person should have no inkling as to your identity. Although your titles and deeds are common knowledge, only a select few would recognize you on sight alone. Perhaps one day, they will learn that the Warrior of Light is not a demon to be feared, but a woman deserving of their trust. Maxima says, in light of Gaius' rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of, though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her. Rauban says, well said. Might I ask you to escort? Americ says, you might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect. Maxima says the other members of the Zabar contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Guard says the remaining members of the Scions. Your friends and most of the Zabar contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through?
By the 12. Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilzabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must. I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughingstock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Terrapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya? The Avatar of Destruction? With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolaine!
Ah, yes. Emanolaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that.
Emanella.
But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light. Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of daring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, And you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe.
Hey, McDonald's
We've heard
thief.
many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Yeah, this is the... This is what, the 4th
Members
expansion?
of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
4th? 5th?
Let's see, it's 6.0.
And the
So that would be
resistance.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this is the 5th. This
Between
is the
them, they have a wealth
5th
of experience in
expansion.
espionage, and are
Hope the
particularly adept
day
at
is treating me
infiltrating
well.
Imperial
It is.
facilities.
Thank you.
Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen...
I'm so sorry about
fighting
that.
and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Maxima, who stands with us today, tried to reform Garlemald from within and make peace with Doma. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy. But we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy.
Welcome back.
To reach the Garlean capital
That was a fast
in northern
five
Ilsapar,
ads
we
then.
must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting
2 and
to
9
fly
seconds?
any
Oh.
closer to Garlemald would attract
That's
the
fast,
attention
that's
of the
handy.
Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain
Happy
will
to be back
blanketed
home,
in
that's
snow,
great.
we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an
the area we're actually going to reminds me of Canada.
It will also
So you
allow
might
us
actually
to
see
easily
some of
spot
Canada
us.
in here.
So it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships,
43 and a half hours of delays. Oh my god.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
That's almost as tall as I am. That's a lot of snow.
Short, so I mean...
Hey, just because I'm short doesn't mean anything.
Ishtola says besides the delegates assembled here, the Amulja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own.
Oh, I can imagine.
Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabar. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telafroi. Ishtola says all things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors?
Let's talk to Lucia first.
Lucia says warding scales for the Ishgardian delegation. I take it? Many thanks.
Thank you for the follow.
These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battle.
Okay, I absolutely love what Fossy just said for the welcome. That's awesome.
I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Lise says that a set of warding scales I spy? Not that I would know what they'd look like. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, these'll give us one less thing to worry about. Which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Lise says only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Zenas back in the grave where he belongs.
Sika says I hear you've got something for us. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gil or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to 'em for now. And one more thing, I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Einsar instead? Buggered if I know.
Subbed on YouTube? Alright, thank you. I think I just got the notification, so thank you.
To help safeguard the future. And here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land, in the middle of the sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. Aero Senna says yes. So these are the famed warding scales? Enough for me and my men, I see. Under normal circumstances, I would not be allowed to travel outside of the 12 Sword. The Elder Seedseer, however, has granted me special permission. She has bid me lend my magics to the people of Garlemald while learning all I can of their ways. In so doing, I will come closer to understanding myself and my place in the world, or so she says. I say it is past time our allies benefited from the power.
Absolutely, I'll probably be on for at
Some
least 6
bemoan that we
hours.
hide our light under a bushel, and I intend to address that criticism.
Serena says we heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans. We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Ah, and before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, in times of strife, together, stand, together, fight, in darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Oddheart, has been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hien and Yukathi labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war.
And there's one last one. Who gets it? Maxima.
Maximus says, do you have a warding scale for me, too? Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Alzabar, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemists Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. Maximus says I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now, let us proceed to the Alumhagen Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships.
So that's 2 out of the 15 quests
Alpha
done.
says this is our last chance to make ready before. Thancred says you needn't worry about Oriange and I. We still have what we wore in. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style.
Ishtola says not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to
Question mark says hark. Is that the cry of science?
Alphano says but how?
Tataru says muahaha. I have my ways. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabar without telling me? Ha? Nothing escapes my notice.
Hey,
now,
welcome back
you will
to
wear
Taro.
these garments I've made for you whether you like it or not?
Tia says you never cease to amaze. But, why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you?
Tataru says what? No. Of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather, the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect I did have one other thing to share. Ergmis and Blue Omrita have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while, to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian? Ishtola says oh, why not? You can keep girl company. Alize says yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard Ergmus and Blue Armada did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. Tataru says my thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Tataru says anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return. Which I will.
Alphino says let's not keep the contingent wait.
Tataru says here are your winter woolies, handcraft. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you?
Pilot says it's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines.
Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost.
Wonder how long the video is.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the First.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The First, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Y'shtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
It's the cacti one.
It's what?
What?
Wow, that was loud.
It's not the train station one.
Woohoo! It's not the train station. Yay!
That is one interesting outfit.
There's such a match.
Neoteric says, assuming there is nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you are ready.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time.
Thancred says it's time.
We only have one shot at this.
So let's make it count. 2 on the gate. Could get messy if I'm not careful.
Swift reception.
One guarding the controls. Time he took a nap.
7 hells.
Lord ZX has logged out. Thancred says now to set the explosives. Best keep quiet, for now.
Seven hells.
So, they've got guard dogs, eh? No use hiding, they'll soon sniff me out. Luckily, I've come prepared.
Must be losing my touch.
That should do the trick. Now to hide and send word.
This is
Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good.
Neoteric says very
All is
good.
proceeding as
All is
planned.
proceeding as planned.
Head to the
Head
control
to the
terminal.
control terminal.
It should be,
to the northwest.
Understood.
Thancred says understood.
Have the others wait
Have
at
the
the
others wait
rendezvous
at the
point.
rendezvous point.
Seven hells. Spotted.
Oh shit, Thancred just died. We have not just killed Thancred.
Thancred.
Upon board, please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost.
Neoteric.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time.
Thancred says it's time.
We only have one shot at this.
So
let's make it
so
count.
let's make it count. 2 on the gate. Could get messy if I'm not careful. One guarding the controls. Time he took a nap. Thancred says now to set the explosives. Best keep quiet, for now.
Must be losing my touch.
Thancred says so. They've got guard dogs, eh? No use hiding. They'll soon sniff me out. Luckily, I've come prepared. That should do the trick. Now to hide and send word.
This is Thancred.
This is Thancred.
The
The explosives are in place.
Very good.
Neoteric says very
All
good.
is proceeding as
All
planned.
is proceeding as planned.
Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood.
Thancred says understood.
Have the others wait
Have
at
the
the
others wait
rendezvous
at the
point.
rendezvous point.
Seven.
Damn.
Spotted. Damn, spotted.
Thancred says that's it. The control terminal.
Is this the way I need to go, or which way do I go? Revna,
Oh.
where do I go? Because there's nothing even on the mini-map, right? Do you remember?
I don't remember, to be honest.
Oh, okay. I just had...
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Oh, god damn it.
The
I
blizzard's
died.
beginning to
Oh
clear.
no, don't die. Do you
The
need
Vanguard
do
should
you
be
need a
engaging
do you
the
need a
Imperials
rest?
any moment
Where are you?
now.
Oh, it's
If they
okay.
haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so
I wasn't really
sure
paying
they'll
any
be all right,
attention.
but
Oh, you weren't? Ah.
Oh.
wait! Something's coming!
That was a very good.
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Am I playing as myself or am I playing as Alistair? Who am I playing as? Myself, yay. Oh god, I don't have any...
Able, Senna says fighters, protect the others.
A brief respite.
But stay alert.
Keep the carriages
safe. Lofty says what impeccable kindness. Fear not, friends, the savior of Ishgard is here.
A fine
display, but the other carriages are still in danger.
Go on
ahead.
We'll hold the line.
Word says we're the only ones still struggling. Try and reach with our backs into it.
I've been itching for a good scratch.
Here. Oh, what the hell?
That big bastard's going straight for the carriages. Stop it in its tracks. Quick, broadsided.
I died?
Again? So you've died twice, I've killed Thancred once, all in the span of about 20 minutes.
You lost all right back there.
Thought someone would be nice enough to get me up.
Where are you?
Aaron Senna says we're fine.
Level 100 area.
Oh, well then do a shout.
Word says hear that.
No, it's okay.
Get to the front and turn the tide.
Oh, someone is being nice and getting me up.
Yay. Head north.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless.
So I got some
Subduing
nuts
them
for
would
that.
be easier if they had the
That's good.
capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
I can't believe I'm 75% done the MSQ. And I'm already 20% done Endwalker, eh?
I need to help the others take her down.
Nice.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Gonna go get some pizza. I'll be back.
Okay, do you want to bring me some?
No.
There's no
I didn't
sickness
think
in
so.
it. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
We have them
Radiant
now!
says we have them now. Forward.
Hart says the supply caravan is safe for the time being, and Tankred's team have thrown the enemy into disarray.
Let them have it!
Now it's up in. Good work.
Radiant says that's her. Good, Lilia.
Do not fall behind!
Reed says keep the war machines at bay.
Or die!
Heaven's Flame says haha. More fire for my foes. Reed says so now. At this rate, we will be overwhelmed. Heaven's flame says I will not fall so easily. These clothes will taste them well. Eve says more again. Quick, run Sadu with him.
Olga says make way. These lumps will rue the day that cost my cup. None shall escape my flame. Now is your chance to strike.
Tremble before the sun!
Heaven's flame says ha ha ha. May your screams fill the air.
Did we got it! Yay! That was actually kind of tough.
A worthy adversary! Rest! Recover! Reclaim yourself! Then we will fight again! To the death!
Sadu Hatun!
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
Welcome to Garlemald.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered
I'm gonna run to the
Imperials,
washroom real quick.
too.
I'll be right back.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
I'm back.
Alphino says in spite of the obstacles we've
Revno, are you
faced,
there?
our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we will reach the capital itself.
Revno, are you there? Or are you still muted? Or you're still muted?
Alphino says still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Ishtola and Grahart to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? Alize and I will meet you there.
Ishtola says a meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head has cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon. Jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Sot, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments.
Tia says you will be pleased to know most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do however feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I will make my way there.
Lucia says thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroy's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require epoxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rime. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields. This too is a vital task, and I appreciate your willingness to see it done. Rest assured that a serving of hot soup will be waiting for you. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Alize says gods be good. If it's this cold with Tataru's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly.
Ellen says, what ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful.
Alize says sounds like rather a tall order. Ahem. Since you ask, where to scour the Eblon Rime for survivors?
Emanellen says what? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? You'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come friends, I know just the spot to begin our search.
Okay, where do I...
Alize says, I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him.
This way. Okay. Perfect. But no. Excuse me.
Emanellen says I spy with my little telescope a massive, sheep thing? Or maybe it's Zikal? Not what we're after. Either way, is that an ether current? Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But low. There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. Alphino says a survivor? Show me. Ellen says over there, behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something, though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a talisman. Ellen says all I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather... Alphino says she'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. Ellen says I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death.
Alize says that's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need...
Ellen says no, no. I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, now go, and Godspeed.
"60 yards to the direct south is an ether current." Oh, there it is. I would have completely missed it if I hadn't looked. Like if I... "400 to the southeast." That's this way. Let's do this on a lower level class, so I get more experience.
More experience?
Yep. My warrior hotbar is so screwed up. I spy some footprints.
A trail of fresh footprints lead east. These footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building.
Alize says we're getting closer. I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead?
Where am I? Oh, there I am. Okay. There's an S rank in Eastern Lanos.
In a dungeon.
The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The appearance of yellow turning indicators signify that she will detect you when turning around. Make use of cover such as rocks to approach her without being seen. Similarly, a circular area indicator signifies that you will be detected for following too closely. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again by returning to the designated location.
Ah, shit.
You mess up.
Yep, she saw me.
Follow the girl. Should you
It says that there should be a marker if she can see me, but there was no marker. And because I got attacked, she got away from me, eh? Now I have to go all the way back. Let's switch to Dancer, so I have Peloton.
follow the girl from a... Should you...
I just died.
You want a revive?
Sure.
Where are you?
Right there.
Garlemald?
Yep.
Okay. Give me just a minute.
Okay. Yeah, my biggest issue is if anything aggroes me, it's auto failing.
What level are you?
72 or 77 for Dancer, only because of I need the speed boost. But even when I was my level 82 Paladin or Warrior, they were still giving me. I was still getting aggro because the boss, like the creatures, are 82. Of course, just as I look away, I look away as you revive me.
What?
So now I have to run all the way back to the beginning. Oops. Probably be faster just to run using my bird. Where is the start point? It's over here.
Follow the girl from a safe distance. Should you fail to
Okay. Run behind the tree. Wait for her to get to the tree. Now I can run to the rock. Okay, now I can just walk. Can you come get the one that's over here? On this side? Because it's about to aggro me, I think.
I got it.
Okay, hide behind the tree. I must look insane hiding behind trees to you, in your point of view.
No.
Do you see the girl in green?
No. But I remember this quest.
Okay, now run behind the rock. She's out of breath, so she stopped. She's asking if somebody's there. If those beasts spot me, I'm done for. Hide behind the tree. I hope my luck holds. Is there somebody there? Gotta keep going. They would depend on me. She passed that tree, so now I can get going. Whoa! She ran fast. Shit! I'm hiding behind the post! How did she see me?
Are you?
What?
Are you?
She saw me. You know, I wonder if she would, if we could just fly in the sky and follow her.
Follow the... Should you...
That I don't know.
Because that might make things a billion times easier, right?
Probably.
So far, so good. Can you kill the one on the right? Thank you. Is there somebody there? Uh-oh, I'm too close. Okay, I'm heading to the sprite.
It's not gonna aggro you, it's friendly.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna be heading beside that tree right beside you, so after she passes it. Okay, she is run. She is running. She is running. She is running. Do not run. Do not run. Just a little bit further. She is walking. This is it, the final run. This is where I failed last time.
Well, stay where you are and don't move.
Is there any creatures up ahead?
No, just sprites.
Okay. She is inside the castle. Okay, she's in the drop zone, so she should be good.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yep.
Green says few. Still in one piece.
and now I have to talk to her as a warrior. I mean, as my paladin.
Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky.
Alphino says please. We just want to talk. I'm Alphino. This is my sister, Alize, and our good friend Hay. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald.
Green says 8? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did it. Alize says we didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here. In fact, the Telophoroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy, our enemy.
Alphino says on our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. Alphino says you're the first persons we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telophoroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name?
Licinia says my name's Licinia. As for how I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night, and the roar, that terrible roar. And then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. Licinia says I ran, past friends, people I'd known all my life. Eyes vacant. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled, as far as my legs would take. Alize says, do you have family here? Is this their home? Licinia says no, this is Victor's spoils. A mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and... As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were. The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you?
Alphino says of course. Whatever assistance we can provide.
Licinia says thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. This is everyone.
Refugee says Licinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place, as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Alphino says time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little mad?
Alize says we'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under that position?
Refugee says the what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yeah.
Licinia says. Sorry, I was. I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them?
Speak with Alphanod, which is just south of us.
Alphino says I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Em and Ellen's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? If the refugees warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulia Engines is full of the stuff. For all the good it does us, no one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. Refugee says all is well. Yes, never better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison, by any chance? Ha ha ha. 'Twas a joke, a joke. Ha ha ha. Ha, ha, ah. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet. And alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. Refugee says we are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar, when morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the dishevelled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ashes they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace. Each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. Refugee says but I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for a final judgment. Refugee says what do you want? A tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose.
Who am I? What am I?
This? It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it? We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Aminus. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music, being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon. A note to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Aminus. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal
Breaker,
himself.
why don't I remember
as he may one day
this?
make his triumphant return.
What, this scene?
Yes, I'm sure
No,
of
the
it.
trial that
Emperor
I'm
Varus
in.
would not be defeated.
Is first time content?
Oh, it's...
What are you in? Members? I don't know. That must be level 100.
Oh, 80.
Really?
Yeah.
Bygone goal?
I don't know why you guys are standing next to me.
Oh, are you in the? Are you in Eden? You're in Eden 3. It looks like.
Yeah, but I don't remember this one.
Oh, it's the very last Eden quest. That's why. It's the very last. It's in the very last. Eden. It's the final Eden quest.
Licinia says, what's that?
Yeah, I haven't actually done that one yet.
So this is what you gave the others? Thank you. I'll save it for later.
Yeah,
Actually, I have a few things to ask you.
When you talking like the novice network in
Are you
high
part of the group
level
staying in
stuff,
Latium?
they call it E11.
I saw Legatus Virgilia's troops heading towards the Magna Glacies a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Virgilia and her men are all there now.
Yeah, Anamorphous.
Licinia
Yeah.
says, so how did you reach the Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains? Airships. Then there might be a way to.
Voice says Licinia. Where is everyone?
Licinia says, is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone. Licinia says perhaps a baby Almasty has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to
Is this
defeat
the
a
one that has
Legatus,
moving
then surely a few
platforms?
beasts shouldn't pose a threat.
I don't know.
If you've a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell.
Whoops.
I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. Licinia says on top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. Licinia says, yes, of course. If I see. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky, too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful.
Speak with the bully
Yeah,
capo.
stay right here would be fine. Oh. Oh. Oh, whatever. I almost just walked off the cliff.
Good job. Oh, I don't want this horse. Yeah, I'll take the dog.
Tapper says, who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the Pullers over at Victor's Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up assholes thought they could come waltzing in here demanding cerulean with nothing to offer in return. Ha. Looks like the boot's on the other foot now the capital's gone to shite. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate? I know your game, sellsword. If they think we'll give in to intimidation, they've got another think coming.
Blinded. Not compared to what I thought it was going to be.
Question mark says there you are.
Alize says just after you left, Licinia asked me to go and catch up with you, in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I've a little experience in transporting barrels of cerulean. So this is Dapper's Den. Well then,
Jarek says, who are you? What happened to the Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? Jarek says it doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards?
Alizé says, let me guess. None of you are Garlean? You were brought here from...
Jarek says Geobin, yeah, and Shah, Bosnia, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that has escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia engines. Still sustaining us even with our paymasters out.
Alizé says, we hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake. But how can you do that if it's frozen over?
Jarek says, wouldn't you like to know? At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days, what with the city in ruins. We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare.
Alizé says we can certainly ask. But if you're all free to go now, why care?
Jarek says, free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. Long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good.
Alizé says, gone for good. Regardless of what the Ilsabar contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum.
Jarek says, so, you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those pewlads up at Victor's spoils sent you? To turn to their enemies for help, they must be more desperate than I'd thought. Then again, Lysinia's got her little sister to think about.
Alizé says, a sister? But we only saw Lysinia and 3 men.
Jarek says it's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Lysinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear?
Alizé says, I can't for the life of me think why Lysinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we've delivered this ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back.
Are you still in that dungeon? Or that raid?
Sitting? No, I'm not doing anything.
Oh, okay. I was just curious. Because you've been quiet.
No, I... just hanging out, about to go do something, but, you know.
Alize says this isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house, while you search outside. They can't have gone far.
Where did they go? They're there.
Alphino says they asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, caught me off guard. Forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather. Refugee says you can't fool us, we know. Refugee says vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness. Here to help? What rot. All a ploy, to make us. Refugee says let you in, put ourselves at your mercy. Put us in chains, steal. Alphino says you're wrong. That's not what
Alize says save the arguments for later. I found empty medicine bottles in a bed that was still warm. It's true, Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. Alize says but now, there's no sign of either of. Where are they? Where did they go?
Refugee says away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool.
Alize says we're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill, the empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Alize says, or to avoid the sound of clinking. There are beasts everywhere, how could you let them go alone?
Refugee says to protect them from you. Refugee says you invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magic. We were waiting for a chance to free them.
Making a checklist of everything they need to do before they start playing.
What?
Someone making a checklist of what they need to do.
Alphino says this is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries, and this. I will join you in the...
Alize says, all right. Be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Two sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. Alize says the trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. Alize says I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place, it's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. Alize says we could really do with Alphino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues.
Oh my god! Oh my god, you see the Novice Network right now?
I've been reading it.
The... you know, I've never casted Shriek.
I don't even have it on my hotbar. Maybe I'll do that in my next dungeon with you. I'm just kidding, I would never do that.
Are you sure?
The empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol.
Yes.
The thin coating of dirt indicates it has been here for some time, and is unlikely to have any connection to Licinia or her sister.
Fresh blood, that's not a good sign.
The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastwards.
Uh-oh. Why is she on the ground? Uh-oh.
The two bodies are already cold.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked.
Excuse me.
No.
What am I gonna do with these? Pre-made flowers.
Why wouldn't they?
Cheez-It balls.
Safer to brave the
Oh
wild.
my god, about
trust
fucking
in our
time.
magic.
Jeez Louise.
We should have. I should have. We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
Yeah, Zaya does do that.
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Alize says there must have been something we could have done. But what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't?
At the end of a trail is now done.
Alphino says we have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. Alphino says as for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia, and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come.
I'm coming to Camp Broken Glass with coming in hot, by the way. I got 105 gemstones just for doing that with one strike. What is flash? Where is it?
Lucia says Alize and Alphino tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrained from saying much more than that. Lucia says clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments, and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima
Sure,
Identity.
nobody casted LB before that.
They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald.
Understand, there is what
The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's Third Legion clashed with the First, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something
Zyra
or
is such an
someone
asshole.
inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but
Like,
act against their
I've been
better
saying
judgment.
that probably since I came back to playing in August, right?
It brings to mind events of the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends! I must speak with you! A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
Not sure that's true, Zyre.
There are many dangers on the road ahead.
What is...
I will need that back.
He's talking about...
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see it.
Lucia says you will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Lucia says your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Lucia says Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you.
Iulus says, are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. Dualus says if anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures.
Lucia says I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation.
Hey, there's somebody doing MSQ here with me. They were just at the other cutscene.
Dualus says alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over the hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you.
Alize says we do have names, you know. I'm Alize, and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Haven.
Dualus says Haven. Where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphino and Alize will watch the road ahead, while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run, towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them.
Once you choose to depart, Dualus will accompany you. Alphino and Alize will then begin moving towards the destination. Make your way to Liminal Station 4 without falling behind. If you leave Dualus behind for any reason, or lose sight of Alphino and Alize, you may try again by returning to the starting point.
Ready to make a dash?
Are they gonna run right through the bear? How can they run through a bear and I can't?
Dualus says this is it. The first stop. Good. It looks like your friends knew better than to follow her. Alphino says, are these your headquarters? Dualus says no. We're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain. North of the station is Regio Domorem, one of the main residential areas. Or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off. Understood? Dualus says from here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. Alphino says they would attack their own countrymen. Dualus says aye. They spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With Dualus says I see why your comrades chose you. Alphino says Dualus, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Dualus says is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving.
Where are we going? That way, okay. Hey, look! It's your train. It's your favorite train.
Oh no, that's not my favorite train.
It's not.
Nope.
Fixing my hotbar before I do this fight. Wait, no. I don't need to do both. I can just do it that way. Wait, I already have that. so I'll put those there.
Jewel Loose says looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward.
He must have some serious trust issues, Julius. Or his paranoia is like max level.
I meant what I said, these people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Jewel Loose says keep following the railway. Jewel Loose says look at what they have become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured?
Yes.
Alphino says those exposed to a vast quantity of a primal's ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Jewel Loose says then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. Jewel says we're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. This is Tetium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Alphino says it's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operation.
Alize says they could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest.
Alphino says indeed, and if Jewel was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it is still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Jewel says lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to. My commander is in the locomotive, over there.
Hey, there's somebody doing MSQ here.
The Ether Riot is not.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The First? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our Emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop! Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for? You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Julius says, as per Lord Quintus' instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Julius says, before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars. Nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? Alphino says we're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that is what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom. Julius says, do as you will. But remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries. Understood?
Alize says, though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation. And above all else, don't use magics of any sort.
Jewel-Loose says you, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish. Even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alize will pay the price.
He's kind of an asshole when he does that. Wow.
Octavia says it's you. Hayden Tia. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers. You killed them. My comrades, my friends. Swept them aside in their dozens, as though they were nothing to you. Octavia says, and maybe I am too. Just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve.
Steam just told me you're starting to play Final Fantasy.
Sabinianus says so.
I have been
CC
playing
Cole.
since we woke up this morning.
Yeah, but it just notified me that you started.
This young soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness.
Oh yeah, it just told me you just started playing.
Marcellinus says I know who you are. The so-called champion of Aor's ear. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Marcellinus says damn. Tore the sutures.
Yes.
Marcellinus says of all the times. The worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. Marcellinus says if it weren't for the third bleeding us we'd be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape. Took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then... Night fell and we gathered around the radio, then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy. Mind intact, but body broken. A soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could. Murderer.
Oh, everyone just killed me because they didn't stand.
That's
ridiculous.
This radio is the same model as the one used at Victor's spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered.
Okay, who is the last person? Oh, Castro.
Caesar says you came with Jewel-Loose, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that etherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city. Built by Garleans, for Garleans. Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the etherite's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Alphino says, did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Flavius says who's there? My eyes, they. I can't see all that well. Ah. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know, I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else's lives to see another day, so be it. Least I can still serve in that way. Alphino says, so those you met fear no better? I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Duelus could persuade him, though we'd need to persuade Duelus first. Duelus says, well, seen enough? Alphino says, Duelus, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure? Duelus says we've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept, some stored. Duelus says still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've a lot of... Duelus says fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside. Duelus says we haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees, or one of the afflicted. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better.
Alize says if it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some.
Duelus says we will not
I'm
accept
gonna have to
charity.
do like MSQ or
if
something.
If we can hold on a little longer,
you
the
know why?
situation is sure to change. Everything will change.
Wagner, I'm about to hit a level 83 quest. I don't have any 83 characters.
Yikes.
I'm gonna have to do like MSQ or leveling or something.
Have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no... Duelus says one of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants. Duelus says then, he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or we'd identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions, to prepare for a combined assault on the town. Duelus says once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills.
Oh, I'm about to meet Living Way. I'll meet Living Way today.
Says, and how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcement. They need help now. Say the word, and we will bring you ceruleum. Duelus says, I will speak with Lord Quint.
Alize says so? Did he agree to it?
Duelus says no. He will not place Garlemald in. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will... Alphino says very well. After all, Jewel Luce says you lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart short.
Okay, I need to make 500,000 XP. What's probably the fastest way when I'm here? Besides doing like leveling.
What dungeon do you have unlocked so far?
My most recent one is Tower of Zod.
Tower of Zod should probably give you what you need.
I don't want to do Tower of Zod though.
Okay.
Wait, I have
Then
Wondrous Tales. I have Wondrous Tales. I can probably do one of these and it'll help me.
Probably.
If I do... let's do a... If I do a 1 through 49... Yeah, I'm gonna have to do what if I do 1 through 49? Should I do it as my paladin, or should I do it to level up something else and just get the experience when I finish?
Well, do you want to do? I mean, I don't know.
Wait.
Is rank in Yaktel?
Yeah, there's no rank in Yaktel.
Why has nobody put that in Novice Network yet?
I don't know. I will put that in. Oh, I can't.
Is that 22 something?
2236.
The wrong fucking crystal I go to, but whatever.
Oh, it's almost dead.
They already did it. They already killed it.
Oh, okay.
Why are they not putting them in Novice Network? It's a little ridiculous.
They did.
When?
Yaktala did it. I don't have timestamps enabled. Let me
So they put it in, and they killed it within 3 minutes of putting it in.
Or what? When you see Yaktala posting it?
I saw it. It was at 3:12 and it's 3:18, so they killed it in 4 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, 6 minutes.
Well, they killed it at 3:16.
Yeah. And we just got notified that it was dead now, eh? Just now?
Yeah.
How do I turn on log details? Oh, there it is.
Not a big deal. I'm too busy farming dungeons, so.
Yeah, it was killed at 3:17. So 5 minutes.
Well, they posted it at 3:12. So who knows when they actually pulled it?
Let's see. When was it? It was found at 3:11. It was found at 3:11. It was posted at 3:12. Again posted at 3:12.
They killed at 3:17, so they didn't even give people enough time to get there.
Yeah.
Every time this happens, it pisses me off more and more.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
I'm gonna do MSQ.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Okay. I'm gonna do the MSQ roulette. Because I don't want to leave because this crystal is not, I can't attune to it, so I don't want to leave, right? Until I can attune to the crystal. I'm number 7 when you come back. So which one are we getting? We are getting Prey. Lovely. Bring the popcorn.
Sid says so, here we are. The Ultima weapon will almost certainly be housed in the depths of the complex. This is it, my friend.
What happened to my chat? Uh-oh. There it is.
We need to make our way down. There ought to be a terminal for the lift up ahead. Here it is. If you'd care to take the van, I'll follow after I've had a look around.
Oh my god, are we all... We're all sprouts. Missing one such area. Yeah, got it.
Gaius. Bailsa says, Sid, my boy. There is something I always meant to tell you, yet the time never seemed right. It concerns your father. Sid says, what of him? Bailsa says in the winter of his years, Midas came to abhor his part in Meteor. He told me that he wanted nothing more than to wash his hands of the whole sort. Sid says, but he did not wash his hands of it. He helmed the project until the day it came. Baelsar says, come now, Sid, you must know that he did not have the luxury of choice. By the time he realized his error, it was too late. Meteor had him shortly before his transformation, mayhap sensing that something was amiss, your father confided to me all the regrets of his life. Most of them. Early on in your career, he realized that while you had a talent for devising armaments, it would never fulfill you. Long before you knew your own mind, he saw that you would be far happier using your knowledge for peaceful purposes, and the thought touched him. He was a changed man for it, though. He could not let it show. Sid says, you ripped open walls in this place just so you could say this to me? What is it you want? Baelsar says, I want you at my side, Sid. Take up your father's mantle, and become the Empire's lead. Sid says, my father had a change of heart, you said so yourself. Besides, I have long known my destiny, and I assure you. Baelsar says, a pity dots, and what of you, adventurer? Will you not consider, with your powers joined to mine, we might do much for this realm.
100% there.
Together, we could bring order to Eor's ear, and usher in a last... No? And I can expect no better answer than this. So be it. It was your strength that made me proffer my hand in friendship, and it is your strength that makes me proffer now my blade. Save as an ally, you are too dangerous.
Public service announcement.
What?
If you visit where I live and it's hit 32 degrees out, your window must be down at least 20% or all the way.
Wait.
Why?
When you're driving. Because it is now warm enough to have your window down.
At 32 degrees?
Mm-hmm.
That is below freezing, is it not?
32 is freezing.
Oh, I thought it was 33.
No.
Shows what I know, right? Granted, I live in a place that uses real units for natural temperature.
Well, if you visit, you have to have your window down, maybe your arm out. It's a proper... You're not really a true inhabitant of this state, and so you must leave.
Yeah, you could tell somebody from like, I don't know, like Texas or Florida, and they would probably want to keep on to full blast.
Yeah.
And then they would accuse you of trying to murder them in the cold.
It's not cold. It's 32 degrees outside.
It's 43 here.
Again. You have your window open.
Right, I'll examine the equipment for intelligence. Press on, I'll let you know if I learn anything. Well, would you look at this? It's the armor we
Do I run without the armor?
Sentry.
Be an ass?
If this isn't fate,
As a tank?
Go on, strap yourself in and raise hells.
Oh, I'm stuck. I've never seen that movie, Frosty. Our entire group is nothing but spouts, by the way. Revna?
I heard you. They're all spouts.
Buckhead is
Yeah.
composed of a special alloy. Extremely tough. Ordinary fire won't leave him. You'll need to divert all power to the Magitech cannon, as I did at Castrum Meridian. The armor's core is like to expire from the strain, but there's no help for it if we want to press on. Now, listen well. Press the control, engage ancillary, then fire away. Don't mind the warning lights. You're a natural at this. Alright, the way's clear, but it's just you and your own 2 feet now.
I've never noticed a paint job on the side of the armor before now.
Oh, you haven't?
Nope, I've never seen that. I don't think I've ever seen that before now. Me and the other overall, I think, have the same facial structure. The one that's directly to my left?
So it says, is someone there?
Like, just off camera?
Yeah.
Scavos says, Garland, old friend. How it warms the heart to hear your voice. Sid says, Nero? Is that you? Skavar says you sound well. It would seem this have... Sid says the highest ranking tribunus of the 14th, it was you all it. Skavar says, tell me, Garland. How long do you intend to keep... Sid says, what? You've lost me. Skavar says, don't play the fool with me. Ever since the academy, I've been condemned. By all objective measure, I was the more talented of the two of us, yet that fact counted for naught beside your privileged birth. You were admired as the young prodigy simply because your father was the great Midas Nan Garland. When you defected, I felt sure my star would finally... But by disappearing, you acquired the status of a legend, your reputed genius gaining credence merely by dint of your absence. Instead of cursing you for a traitor, the people actually came to think of you more fondly. To this day, you are still the young prodigy of my... I, meanwhile, have ever been made to feel second-rate, I who have continued to serve our nation faithfully. Whenever I fail to excel, why, it is only to be expected. Yet when I exceed all reasonable expectations, people proclaim that I walk in the footsteps of... Sid says Nero, I don't know what to say. Skavar says it matters not a whit what I achieve. Your existence has rendered mine worthless. Even Lord Van Balesar saw fit to offer you a place at his side, and this in spite of your betrayal. Did he extend any such offer to me, the man who has remained loyal to him for all these years? Long have I endured this injustice, but no. Lord Van Balesar is in the midst of activating the fully powered Ultima weapon. It is my magnum opus, the creation that will win me the recognition I am due.
That was
I
together
will not
before,
let
right?
anyone... Sid says Nero.
Yeah, I think
what
so.
are you, Dash? Skavar says ever since I first set foot in this benighted land, I have watched you, every move you have made. You have felled icons, a feat made possible by the Echo, a peculiar power which shields you from their corrupting influence. It is of little wonder that my lord has taken an interest in you. As have I, if truth be told. It is my desire to harness your power for use in the... Should I succeed, Lord Van Balesar will surely take notice. Beside this, Garlon's achievements will... Come, adventurer, and yield to me the secrets of... I have taken the liberty of preparing an electrifying stage for you. I will aim Garlon low, but first I must break you. Meet one of my creations. You might find it a handful.
The guy who just had the sack ran away from everybody. I was lucky I was able to keep up to him. Otherwise he would have died.
I will not suffer to be in another's shadow. This changes nothing. Ah ha 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 ha. The Ultima weapon is activated, and it brims with the power of icons. notes it says, "Are you alright?" What of Nero? Fled? Damn it. In the instant prior to the blackout, the instruments detected a massive power surge from the deepest chamber. Gaius is certain to be there. We have no time. Word arrived from the Alliance a short while ago. It seems the Order of the Twin Adder has completed its blockade of Castrum Center. What hands they can spare are hastening this way even as we speak, and likewise for the Maelstrom. All that is left is to destroy the Ultima weapon. I should warn you, the chamber which houses the target appears to be saturated with etheric energies. There's bound to be heavy interference, but even if we lose contact, you must go on. Just don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Look for the lift's control panel. It'll be somewhere nearby. Take the lift down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the Ultima weapon. Keep your eyes peeled. Gaius could be waiting for you down there. Oh, and don't even think about dying. You're too bloody useful.
I should look for a space.
The interference is getting worse. I don't think the connection will last much.
Tell me.
Wait, 30 minutes for a dungeon?
Oh my god. Level 100?
It was just high leveling.
Oh.
Do you believe in Eorzea?
High level took you 30-minute queue?
Yeah.
What are you DPSing?
Eorzea's
Yeah.
That would be why.
Falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit. And its
I could have done high level with you as my healer. Would have given you a level 50.
It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead, though your comrades only rarely respond in kind.
Tank stance.
Which is strange.
You don't need
Tank
it.
stance.
You don't need it.
Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you so well in Cartano and call them down? They will answer, so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are no different from those of the beasts. Icons, every one. Except for this, and you will see how Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Soir, to grovel at their feet? The answer? Your masters lack the strength to do otherwise. For the world of man to mean anything, man must own the world. To this end, he hath fought ever to raise himself through conflict, to grow rich through conquest. And when the dust of battle settles, it is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the weak. Knowing this, but a single path is open to the infinite
civilization. And in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation. Come, champion of Eorzea. Face me. Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule. It is only right that I should take your realm, but none among you has the power to stop me.
Bailsa says let us dance, champion of Eorzea. Know your place. Impressive. Now it is my turn. Come, we shall see if you can finish what you have started. Then you will be destroyed.
Oh my god, guess how much HP Giant had before he split?
Less than 1%.
He had less than 500 total health.
Yep, you cannot beat him.
Yeah, he officially has, if you look on stream on the left hand side, he officially has 0% health. Like right over here. Right above my party. He officially has 0% health.
Eorzea is mine by right. That you should still stand. Very well, then.
Leveled up. I got 43% of a level.
Beifong Ultra says great group. Tie for the run. Carrot.
Dualus says we will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Soleus, a park to the northwest of this station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me.
Where's the stairs? They're this way, right? Yeah.
Alize says so. This is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one among.
Dualus says actually, the recreational areas came first. The house. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play, and adults. This park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Zeus. Alphino says, did we come to extract ceruleum from the wreck? Dualus says no, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of them, but as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last, and while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time, in case something has been overlooked. Alphino says I see. Then with your permission, we will...
Is there any up here? Nope. So that is probably the first one.
A cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained of ceruleum, as Dualus said.
There's another one over there.
The contraption is built in the style of Imperial war machine, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations, but on closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide.
Where do I find? Let me just pull that up actually. Shop counter. Okay, so 29.4. 29.4 is there. $29.4, yep, and 11.4. So is it up or is it down? That's down. There it is. And right below it.
Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Soleus. The pond, children's play areas. To your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant's stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at shopkeeper. There is nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum.
Okay.
Jewel says, oh, it's you. Any Alphino says there's no sign of any ceruleum. Jewel says, hardly surprising, but...
Alize says I couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something...
Jewel says what? Yes, I mean... It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done. Every time. And every time, when we'd get home, Mother would scold us saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. Alphino says the pond was heated. With a cerulean-powered heater, by chance? Jewel says I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though.
Alize says Jewel, what are your thoughts on magic?
Jewel says the average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it. But the first is a few foreign Signiferi and Medici, so it does.
Alize says then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Alphino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of fire should do the trick.
Alphino says leave it to me. Jewel says you're not planning to go in there, are you?
Alize says of course I am. That tank isn't going to It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park. And we have a way of warming ourselves up after.
Jewel says but that's insane.
Alize says so. Fancy a dip? That may be the stupidest thing I've heard in a while. And that's saying something considering who my brother is.
Oh my god,
I
Alizé!
can't fault your enthusiasm. Let's do it my way first, and if that doesn't work, perhaps then you can try your method. With Alphino.
Alizé just said we are the stupidest thing ever, and that then he was like, yeah, that considers who my brother is.
You delve into the murky water but come up empty-handed. To add beneath the water, your fingers catch on what you think might. You open the hatch and retrieve a ceruleum tank. However, your grand discovery comes at great personal cost, as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and a rancid odor emanating from every elm of your body. Julius will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize.
Julius says, did you find anything? I hope you did. That's it. Julius says, and there's still some ceruleum left. Ah, the fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alphino a hand.
Alizé says call me Anul Dawn because by fire I am reborn, and my clothes are mostly dry now.
Julius says I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me before. Despite the way you've been treated, in Lord Quintus' eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased.
Alizé says your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends.
Alphino says, Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up? Julius says I did. Not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many.
Alizé says what was Garlemald like in those days?
Julius says, everything. It was everything you could imagine. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal, with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome. Knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song. Of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Grey clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings, we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sun rise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble. Those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon, our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer.
No good
Jewel
deed.
Lu says alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search, just outside the park.
Okay.
As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machinery. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prize them apart, piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Jewel Lu says before even bothering, though, you should check the Machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there is any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Alphino says understood. Let's get to work.
It's too far away.
According to the ceruleum gauge, this unit's fuel tank is empty. After successfully removing the war machine's outer casing and retrieving the ceruleum tank, you find it to be completely empty. The ceruleum gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel its tank may hold.
Ooh.
After successfully removing the war machine's outer casing and retrieving the ceruleum tank, you find it to be completely empty.
Jewel Loose says I've a fair amount of explosives, of course.
kill me.
The ceruleum gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to
Person's
determine
name
how
in this
much fuel
dungeon
its
is
tank
Subway
may hold.
Meatballs.
You retrieve the War Machina's ceruleum tank to find it is still half full, or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way,
Jewel Loose says more explosives? Wait, is that what I think it is? You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Alize and Alphino are faring.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of our scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here, as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Get them out of here.
Dual Luce says Alphino and Alizé will be fine, providing they do not resist. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus' demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Julius says assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to legionaries Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask Thea for further details. In those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. Marcellinus. Ask Thea, he said. Hey. So, that's to be the way of it. After all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory of Garlemald.
Octavia says, what do you want with me? Ask Thea. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand. That he would recognize the savage as a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. Octavia says I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty.
The ether right.
Julius says, have you done as instructed? I am not at liberty to divulge that. What I can say is this, you have no cause for concern if our demands are met. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter. A place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me.
Julius lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay. Unable to move on.
This is my home. Our home.
Lord ZX has logged in.
At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
What are you having for dinner tonight?
Videos, I think. It's only 4:30. I just had pizza like an hour ago.
No use.
I'm just used to you around like right.
Believe
I
me,
guess
I
it's
do not
I'm
enjoy
guessing
being
early.
here any more than you.
I was thinking it was 4:30
But
my
you
time.
wanted us to play along,
Like,
so
don't
that
you
is what
usually
we
eat
do.
about now?
It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
Yeah, I'm thinking by the time you actually do go for dinner, I might meet.
I've been thinking about
I
what
might meet
Quintus
the
said.
first bunny.
About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an
Living
option,
way, I think it is.
only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
What?
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father.
Oh, I thought maybe you were laughing at the photo I just sent you.
No.
Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms.
Yeah, I thought maybe you were laughing at the photo.
A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple description.
Are you laughing at your
strip
anime?
the subject of distinguishing characteristics.
Yeah. I figured. What one are you watching this time?
Divided.
Same one?
That time I got reincarnated as a slime.
And to some, defined by such
That is such a weird title. Oh my.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's quite funny. I mean, it's not bad.
Do you think I would
In my
enjoy it?
misbegotten youth.
You might.
But what I believed wisdom.
Send it to me on
You
Discord.
think we can make this last until payday?
Yeah.
Are you all out?
Beyond the banners and the politics. To see people as individuals.
Yes.
You poor
with their own
thing.
hopes and
I know.
dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands.
Oh shit.
And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all.
3663. What
And
code?
you,
What code
brother,
is that?
will have a
3663.
vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
Oh yeah. Do
I
not want
pray
to
I'm
use
up
that
to the
code.
task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second. Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
Oh, excuse me.
You're excused.
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop! Both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in
Where's my
failure.
chicken?
Your chicken?
Communication between most
Alright,
legions
chicken,
has
get out of
broken
here.
down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
Why are you saying...
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
Not even level synced.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Excuse me. You're excused.
Lucia says much and more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry? A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic, but perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Julius back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alphino, Alizé, and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I will also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed.
Julius says, understood.
Okay, where are we going? Let's say it's there. So now I have to run all the way back? That's annoying. I get stuck.
Alize says Haven, and you'll lose. We arrived just before you did, and too late.
Julius says too late for what? What is... Soldier says it's Lord Quintus. He took his... After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone... Julius says no. No, he wouldn't. Orionge says Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. Soldier says he released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free. Free to choose our... Julius says without him to guide us we're... Tia says I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Soldier says some would rather die. But most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just...
Alice says we'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them.
Oh my god, I
It'll
have
be a
like
hard journey for the others,
one,
but we'll see they reach our
4,
camp
5.
safely.
I have 5 blue quests about to pop as soon as I finish this one, eh?
Jewel Loose says I.
Okay, now we go inside. Where are we going? Where are we talking to? Right now.
Sabinianus says it was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it. Rebuild it all ourselves. Sabinianus says before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me. Take me with you, please.
Dr. Cassio.
Caesar says well, got the Aetherite sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. Caesar says from what I can tell, the one in Latrum is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp.
Speak to Flavis. Where's Flavis? Is he inside the train? Yes, he is. Oh no, that's not Flavis. It's Spirus. Oh, but he is on the train.
Flavius says it's you. The one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. Hey, I thought you were one of us, not that it makes much difference now. Pullets, migrants, savages. After a while the words start to lose meaning, until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. If you Adors have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept.
Okay, now talk to Alfie. Where is Alfie? Is he on the train? Alizé is on the train, but I don't see Alfie. He's on this train.
Alphino says we have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass. What we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Thank the 12. Thank the 12. Thancred says you and I should go first and secure route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. Thancred says this should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of Arlemis and friends. I'd save it for the tempered, though. Thancred says I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp.
What are you doing?
Pretty. Building roses and hanging out.
Woman says, excuse me, ma'am? Have you seen a little boy with hair a similar shade to mine? He's my son, and I can't find him anywhere. It all started when I told him we ought to seek refuge in your encampment, and he started wailing and sobbing like I'd never seen. The next thing I knew, he was running hell for leather goodness knows where. I'm worried he may have left the station altogether, and the streets above are rife with danger. Please, could you find him for me? Oh, you will? Bless your heart. If I know my son, he's probably tried to return to our house to the north of Palatium Novum. Try there first before anywhere. He'll be easy to recognize, I should think, what with the color of his hair and all.
Where would he be, I wonder? There? Not roulette. Oops. Where would the little boy be, I wonder? Where would the little boy be? Oh, right there.
Voice says another blocked street. Who are you? Mother sent you? Tell her I won't go to the enemy's camp, I'm going home.
The boy with the sky blue hair has made good his escape. You had best...
It's like, okay, I need to build those my Dungeons and Dragons. A rose. Two of them for myself.
Stop following me.
Once again, the boy with the sky blue hair has taken flight, and will likely be looking over his shoulder for signs of trouble from now on. Follow the boy from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you... Should you fail...
Bye, Totus. Any chance can you come up to Galamad?
Yeah. Come on. Oh.
Voice says stop following me.
Once again, the boy with the sky blue hair has taken flight. Follow the boy. Should you fail to...
I can't see it. I'm seeing. I can't, okay, there's.
Oh, sorry. I can't see the boy, so
Yeah,
I can see you, but I don't know where the boy is.
Yeah, the boy is right there. Oh wait, you probably can't see that either.
No, I can't see him.
How did he see me through the damn? God damn it!
One.
Okay, there's an automated satellite right beside the boy. It's gonna aggro me. Crap! I was trying to get away from it, and I lost it.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Once.
Okay. Okay, he thinks he lost me. Okay, now let him turn the corner. And I'll run this way. I'll run this way. Okay, the little boy is coming right to you. Damn it! I must have been, I was seen. And by the time I get back, there'll probably be a satellite back here. An Endwalker?
Voice says stop following me.
What?
Once again. Follow the boy from a safe distance. The objective will... Should you...
Okay, our satellite's back. But I don't know where you are. Oh, there you are. Okay, the little boy almost saw me there. Okay, we're going back to turning the corner. Let's go this way. Right here. Okay, he's going around the block, around the building, to the back side of the building. I'm not going to move.
Oh.
Okay, that's he's standing right underneath that satellite. Okay, he thinks he lost me. He's coming your way. Damn it! Can we try flight?
We try flight, sure.
Voice says stop following me.
Once again, the boy with the... Should you fail to...
Fly now, maybe? Okay, go towards him, go towards him. Go straight. Nope, it doesn't work. He saw us. Okay, I guess it doesn't work. I am removing myself from the party then, so it doesn't,
Remember, the trick is to, like...
Voice says stop following me.
I don't know, there's a weird trick to
I'm
it.
actually gonna look this up. This is called, what is this? Children of our Future. Children of our Future's Blue Quest. Search for the blue boy. Search the designated location. Follow him. Defeat any enemies that threaten him. Rescue him. Bring him back to his mom. That's the trick.
Once again, the boy with the sky blue hair has taken flight, and will likely be looking over it.
Okay, he thinks he lost me. hide here until he comes back. This way is blocked too. He's looking for me. Have you already killed the satellite that's right there?
Yep.
Okay. So now I have to wait. He thinks he heard the wind. Okay, he's basically on top of you now. Okay, he thinks he lost me. Turn the damn corner. Oh, the sunlight's back.
Okay, just stay there. You can move, I think, as close as, like, right here.
Is somebody there? Must have been the wind.
It's okay. Just don't go inside. Move over here.
There's a satellite right in front of the boy. Okay, the boy is now requesting me.
Okay. There you go.
Duty complete.
Boy says no. Our home, it was here, right here. Boy says you again? Leave me alone. I'm staying here to build a new house, bigger and better than the old one.
The child has escaped your grasp yet again. Though this may be construed as a particularly tiresome endeavor, remember that he is only a child and knows no better. You should find him before he comes to home.
Okay, now I have to follow him again and defeat any satellites on the way. Okay, can you come, actually I should be fine here with just one satellite.
Why do you care so much? We're enemies, remember? Why are you trying to help me? I don't care what you say. We don't need your help. But Mother's worried. I should go back to the station.
Okay, now I just have to go back to the station. So thank you for your help.
Yep.
Quests like that almost you need to have a two-party system, eh?
Hmm.
Because if you think about it, it fails the moment you get aggro, right?
Right.
So if you are solo, there's no way you can do that quest.
Woman says I was wondering when I would see you again. I'm happy to report my son has returned. Poor creature. You should have seen him, tears pouring down his little cheeks, crying his apologies to me. I know that you were the one who found him, though he didn't mention a word of it to me. I almost couldn't believe my ears when he said he wouldn't mind moving to your camp. He was dead against it only hours ago. What could have happened, I wonder? What? He was attacked? By that horrid Magitech, you say? Goodness, that must have been quite a shock for my little man. Thank you for coming to his rescue. There is a salutary lesson to be gained from all this, though, one that I hope he retains. Do not scorn a proffered hand when one is in need, whether that hand be friend or foes. At any rate, I thank you for finding him. It's not much, but please, I insist.
Chocobo Keep says well. Do. I am sorry.
If you.
Excuse me.
Expert Roulette needs a tank if you wanted to do it, by the way.
Need the tank?
Yeah. I don't know why I started getting, once I got into Endwalker, my duty roulette started giving me the expert roulette, even though I don't have it unlocked.
Take the extra gil. Not that I need any more gil, but I'll take the extra gil.
I could use some gil. Can you even see that my gil on with this layout? With this overlay?
No, I don't think so. I can't see the bottom half of your screen.
You can't.
It's like where your XP is and your health and stuff like that.
Yeah. My gil. Oh yeah, you can't see my gil. It's right here. It's right here. It's right below my inventory.
the train station one, I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Is it train station?
No, thank God. First kind of a ninja who thinks it's appropriate to pull before me.
Oh, you're tanking?
Yep, and I will turn my tank stance off.
You might lose your crown.
I don't care. Oh, now I'm not being healed.
What the hell? What the hell? That's weird. That was weird.
What was weird?
I think we're getting DDoS. No, maybe not.
I have a lot of faith in this healer.
You don't?
No, I had to cast Living Dead on the first pull.
Oh God.
Oh, there goes my ninja thinking it's appropriate. Oh, I got stuck.
You see no...
It does look like it.
Thancred Caesar, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind apprising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first, and all that.
Lucia says, Haven. I was informed of Quintus' suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What of the refugees? I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees, perfidy notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal, and his men punished with him. Perhaps, by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man, or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Tapistan, the recently repaired heaters can provide much-needed warmth. Lucia says furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, might I ask you to seek out Ishtola? She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is.
The moment I talk to Stoli, guess what happens? Revna?
Did you get kicked?
No, the moment I talk to Stoli, guess what will happen?
What?
According to the wiki, it's a 65-minute cutscene. The moment I talk to Stoli.
I don't think it's a 65-minute cutscene.
Yeah, this is a long quest with a solo duty involving stealth mechanics. Please allocate up to 65 minutes starting.
Oh, it's a duty, that's why.
Oh.
Ishtola says yes, yes, I have been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. But what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with, between the tempered and the firsts wounded.
Oh. Oh my god! Oh my god, that is too funny. Oh my god. Print screen. Look at what I'm about to send you on Discord, okay?
Oh, I'm busy, so you're gonna have to wait.
Yep, that's fine.
Ishtola says, alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. Ishtola says, for their sakes, we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day one, and in so doing invite disaster.
Upon settling down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety.
It's perfect in the ceiling.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did? We were there every step of the way.
Why are you guys all gonna die?
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here.
At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
Mmm. It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
I know this is not a dream, and yet...
I don't want to give it to anybody.
I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination. That my world had been forever changed. And just as I
Look at that
had
extra
grown accustomed to
7,200
the
gil.
idea,
Nice.
again, you changed my world in
Plus the
ways I never
4,800.
thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter. I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
We'll be right back.
Okay.
On behalf of the Gallian Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
What? Emperor Varus?
They are being tempered. The talismans! Quickly!
Save me, brave hero!
Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken.
I need to just do that real quick. I need to use the washroom. And I don't know when the scene would be, so I will be right back. Alright, I am back, everybody.
Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh. So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject. And permit you to go on a righteous rampage instead of partaking in this delicious meal? I think not. I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes.
Thank you.
Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Ah, exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Galvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima. It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
What do you mean?
Oh, I just heard a banging from like
Oh, it
from my.
wasn't me.
Oh, I think it might have been in my bathroom. Actually, I think something fell into the tub.
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone. At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger. And it would seem my friend has lost her appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself. Or together.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity.
close to the dungeon are you?
I'm in this cutscene, and then let me look here. I believe it is the very next quest.
There it is. Your camp, I believe.
83.
If I
Yeah,
were
it's
to
the
hazard
next
a guess,
quest.
I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak. Alas.
Yeah, I am.
This you will have to walk.
1, 2, 3,
or
4,
run, if you can manage it.
5,
My
6,
lord would be
7,
cross if I made it
8
too
quests
easy.
from Living Way.
Okay.
Such
I'll probably meet Living Way today.
I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough
Well, I
to
hope
overcome.
so.
Right on cue.
I've done, let's see, what did I do today so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I've completed 13 quests.
With standing orders to kill
And I've
those
done
not
play,
sworn
like
to
Praetorium. So far today.
Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
Okay, now I get to fight as a gladiator.
Van Daniel says time to familiarize yourself with that new body. Might I suggest a little fight to the death? Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, would perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows. Scurrying about like a rodent.
The Tempered Imperial has breathed his last. The unfortunate soldier was carrying a medical kit. You may use medical kits to restore depleted HP. While you can only the Tempered You offer a sign. Were you in possession of your own body, you may have had the capacity. In this battle, you are unable to use the full extent of your powers. To reach Camp Broken Glass quickly, you should avoid combat whenever possible. If you are discovered, your foes will give chase. The Magitech units are especially powerful, and your chances of defeating them in your current state are slim at best. This Magitech Reaper's fighting days are over. This soldier.
Oh my god. There's no way when I only can only be hit once.
Upon it.
Van Daniel says time to familiarize yourself with that new body. Might I suggest a little fight to the death? Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, would perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows. Scurrying about like a rodent.
You may. The temp. You are in. This map. The sack contains. This soldier. This Magitech Reaper. According to the gauge, some ceruleum remains.
Excuse me.
You're excused.
This Magitech Reaper's leg has been damaged, but the weaponry should
Imperial says, and the boss, if it's
the
Jesus, that's like impossible to do.
Ishtola says yes, yes, I have been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient.
From Daniel says trying to familiarize yourself with that new body. Might I suggest a little fight to the death?
Not bad at all,
given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, would perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows. Scurrying about like a rodent.
The You may use medical. If you are discovered, your foes will give chase. The Magitech units are especially powerful, and your chances of defeating them in your current state are slim at best. The sack can This soul This Magitech This magic. The
The world is going on in
Citizen says you there. Please, help us. Citizen says, what was that voice? They've found us, get ready. Citizen says it's going to explode. Get behind the armor.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
What?
And what of Euless? His symptoms were particularly
Where's
severe.
another bag?
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw her leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well she can handle herself, I worry all the same. Ah, speed the
There's
devil.
frogs.
Well, time to call off the search.
Case closed.
That's her, over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive her presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But
where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now, all's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? We have all traveled so very far, and I have yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments
Is
were in order.
Banquet still a gunbreaker in Dawntrail?
A handful of tempered soldiers to
I think
hamper your
yes.
progress. Refugees to command your attention
Yes,
while
he
I
is.
siphon the ceruleum from the shadows.
I would have totally thought he would have gone to a Viper.
Charitable souls
No, I'm pretty
that
sure
you
he's
are.
still.
He bent over backwards
Yeah,
to aid
like
them.
just his type of
Heedless
attitude.
of the delay.
That's why I think
Predictable
like, I
to
would
a
have thought he
fault.
would have gone Viper.
And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether. And then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacle.
You know, I've been streaming for 7 hours already, and I've only done like
Powerful of
so each
primals will
quest has taken
awaken,
an average of about 30
and
minutes.
all shall bear witness to the final days.
That's crazy, eh?
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads. of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
So I've got to talk after this cutscene. I've got to talk to Lise, and I've got to talk to Pippin, and then I've got the tower
and your salvation.
Okay.
Thank goodness. She's awake.
Oh, this quest is where, according to I just read the like the next quest I'm about to do. That's my
Perfectly
transport.
fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
Alize says you're certain you're well? Nothing out of place? No missing bits? Alize says good. Though I won't promise the same for Fandaniel and Zenas after I'm through with them. How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? Alize says how many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Alize says prelude to the final days or no, this ends now. Lucia says are you well enough to make your report? Lucia says this anima was summoned with the corpse of Emperor Varus? Does their depravity know no bound? Ishtola says it seems not. More to the point, we can surmise that wave of ether issued not from the Tower of Babel, but from the primal lurking. Ishtola says a primal whose cry rang rather more loudly in your ear. If you were taken to the tower itself, then this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is the beating heart of the Telophoroi's machinations. Lucia says in which case, we have some highly relevant Lucia says as many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Levaires, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. Lucia says according to Thancred and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered and enemy magic. Furthermore, the road leading to it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers.
Maximus says thus do we propose dividing our forces into two parties, one to distract. The diversionary force will be comprised of the Ishgardian, Gridonian, and Lerminsandel. They will begin the construction of bridges, to make the Telophoroi believe we are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited of our Alamhigan, Uldorn, and Eastern comrades will use a different method of Thancred says look here. The facility marked in red is the Ensaladium, a vast magitech manufactory. In ruin, Thancred says, but the freight tunnel connecting it to the erstwhile Imperial Palace remains. While the Telophoroi's attention is elsewhere, our infiltration force can use it to enter the tower undetected. Thancred says be aware, however, that the underground rail network remains very. Thancred says the Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower. Alphino says, if it can carry their materiel, it can carry us too.
Lucia says the Scions will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, you must locate and dispatch.
Alphino says there will be no more casualties of the Telophoroi's.
Ishtola says, how quickly can we enact this plan? Van Daniel made it quite clear that haste is a priority.
Tia says of paramount concern, even assuming he didn't name the tower. Tia says in Amon's time, it meant Gateway of the Gods. Shanji used it to refer to a void gate, but in this case, it almost certainly alludes to the eldest and most powerful of primals.
Lucia says all the more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan, and are ready to move at a moment's notice. Lucia says you are to proceed north to Forum Patins. Least group will meet. Ishtola says, as ever, we are grateful for your foresight. Ishtola says this is the moment we've been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparation.
Okay, where are we going? We're going this way. Do we have a blue quest here? We do have a blue quest here. Where's the blue quest? There it is.
Rimal Nord says just who I was looking for. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Rimal Nord of Ishgard. I've been put in charge of our arrangement with Tapper's Den, you see. However, the very first of the Tappers to come bearing ceruleum has asked quite a lot of us, if I do say so. Rimal Nord says they wish for our help in getting Jaturna Platform G up and running. The very same platform that's at the head of the Imperial's primary energy pipeline. Rimal Nord says what's more, he's a Garlean. I was convinced the only engineers left in Tapper's Den were from conquered territories. Rimal Nord says in any case, I'm not qualified to judge the motives of the man. I'd feel much more at ease if I had someone of your experience helping to make the call. Rimal Nord says I thank you for your willingness to assist. Let us go and speak with the Tapper in question, then. He's a man by the name of Appius.
Okay, where is Appius found? Appius is directly south of us.
Gallus says I've seen you before. Interdium, yes? I was part of the first group transferred here, but there's someone I'm trying to find. A small boy, red hair. Have you seen him? He's probably still refusing to budge. Gala says, oh, my apologies. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Gala, 1st Legion. I've been doing what I can for the refugees, though I suppose I'm one myself. You see, I've always tried to help those in need. Some call me a busybody. In fact, before joining the military, I was a member of the Vigiles Urbani, and it was our duty to keep the citizenry safe. Old habits die hard, though, which is why I'm determined to look after that lad. He's been separated from his parents in the chaos, but he won't leave the station without them. Thing is, that's no place for a child his age to be fending for himself. You've seen the conditions there. He needs food and warmth, which you and yours have been kind enough to offer. I should go back to the station to try persuading him to join your camp. Could I trouble you to accompany me? It'll do him good to see you're not the monsters he probably thinks you are. Thank you. Well then, no time like the present. Choke up.
There's the blue quest.
Appius says, I suppose you must be the friend Rymelnord wanted to fetch. You have my thanks for getting him to agree to my proposal. Rymelnord says, do not misunderstand, I have yet to agree to any such thing. I merely wanted some. Appius says, very well, though I do believe my proffered deal would be a boon to us and the bar contingent. Appius says, I used to work on Jaturna Platform G, you see, so I know more than most about the facility. Rymelnord says that may be so, but your relationship to the facility notwithstanding, why should a Garlean such as yourself still be taking refuge in Tapper's Den? We've been led to believe that the former workers residing there were from other territories. Appius says, you're right on the technicality, I was a supervisor, rather than your typical staff. When the platform went down, it only seemed right that. Appius says, I always thought we were close, but living alongside them in Tapper's Den has made me realize that I took them and their skills for granted, and that's to say nothing of the blind eye I turned to their struggles. Appius says, that's why I came to you. It's high time I be of some real use to them, and everyone else. Appius says, if we manage to get the platform back in working order, it'll dramatically increase our capacity to pump and refine ceruleum for everyone in the region. Sadly, we're more than a few hands short of a full workforce, not to mention the lack of supply. Appius says, which is precisely where you come in. Help us get things up and running again, and you'll have your share of the ceruleum coming out of the rig. You couldn't come up with a more mutually beneficial arrangement if you tried. Rymelnord says, so he says. What do you think? Yes, I'd been leaning the same way myself. Ultimately, what he says about the potential benefits is true. Nevertheless, I doubt the higher-ups would assent to that. Appius says, I suppose that is how it goes when you're dealing with military types. For what it's worth, I do understand the hesitancy to throw your lot in with someone from a hostile nation. Thus, part 2 of my proposal, I shall do you a service to prove myself worthy of the contingent's trust. Appius says, I had a look around the fringes of your camp here before you arrived, and I've spotted a few ceruleum engines in need of repair. If I fix them up, your superiors would have no reason to suspect that I want to see you driven out, less reason, in any case. Rymelnord says assisting us with use of local technology would go a long way, I'd imagine. That said, I've not heard anything about the ceruleum engines we've scavenged. Appius says it's not as if they're entirely useless, yet, but I guarantee they're not running as they should. Give me the opportunity, and I can have them working more efficiently and safely. You are welcome to accompany me while I do so. That way, you can ensure that I don't get up to anything suspect, and then vouch for me with your superiors. Rymelnord says, I have no objections. I trust you. Appius says, let us begin with a proper inspection, then. We can get to work as soon as you're... Rhymal Nord says my Appius says though the ultimate objective is to get the engines running at full capacity, the purpose of this inspection is to work out what parts we'll need. However, I would hate to fumble something and be accused of sabotage, so I'd appreciate it if you could be the one to lay hands on the devices. Never fear, I'll be right behind you, telling you what to look for. Appius says if we inspect, say, 3 of them, we should have a decent idea of what needs repair. Lead the way.
Appius is now a company. You can leave if you.
Where do I go for this? I don't see any shinies. Revenant, do you remember at all?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I have to inspect the engines, but I don't see them anywhere on. Oh, I see a shiny. I see a shiny. I just couldn't find a shiny to get this blue to get the freight quest.
Oh.
Officer says well, now here's a sight that warms the heart. I never thought I'd have the honor to meet a hero of your pedigree, let alone beg for your aid. Officer says you see, I've got a shipment of supplies to send down to Tapper's Den, and having someone who knows the lay of the land by my side would go a long way to ensure its safe delivery. Officer says I defended myself, but I have to carry the bloody thing. If you'd be so kind as to escort me, I assure you I'll make it worth your while. Well then, I'll be...
Is there another shiny over here at all? Yes, there is.
You now have successful.
Okay, now I need to find one more shiny. No shiny down here. What's this quest called again? This is in Pursuit of Power. In doesn't say where they are. Is it inside, maybe? Can you get inside these buildings? Nope. Where's the last shiny, I wonder? Oh, there it is. It's inside this building.
Appius says, praise be to your deft hands. I have an idea of what our next step ought to be, though perhaps it would be best to apprise Rimal Nord of our progress first. Rimal Nord says, how are our engines? Appius says, alas, I fear that each of those we examined are guaranteed to break down sooner or later should you continue using them in their current state. Rimal Nord says, surely you jest. Appius says, I swear it on my integrity as an engineer. You are in dire need of instruction in the proper operation of ceruleum. You saw the little lamp light up when you touched the switch, correct? That only illuminates when there's an issue with the engine. They were switched off for want of fuel when the settlement was abandoned, no doubt, which prevented them burning out, only to let them freeze solid instead ere your lot turned them on. From the state they're in, I can only assume it didn't occur to you to warm them up first. I noticed you have heating technology of your own, but it will do no good should the engines to power them break, now will it? You have nothing to lose and everything to gain from my assistance. Rimal Nord says, I'm a machinist from Frozen Climes myself, and what you say sounds plausible. Very well. On behalf of the camp, I formally ask you to repair the ceruleum. I suppose that means I will be taking responsibility if anything goes wrong, so you may as well use your own two hands this time. Appius says, that's the spirit. I knew you'd come around.
Officer says, there you are. I knew you'd have the heart to help a soul in need.
The commissary officer is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed. You can leave if you...
Officer says it'll be some time yet before we've mapped the entirety of this vast expanse. It stretches north as far as the eye can see, unhospitable to even the hardiest of explorers. It's a wonder that the Garleans survived it all, let alone went on to form the Empire. Seeing the Magna Glacies with my own eyes, however, I've gained some understanding of their disposition. Oh, my friends aren't going to believe who's protecting me. I'll be telling this story when I'm in my cups for moons to come. Officer says this is only hearsay, but I've been told those masses are formed when ceruleum bursts forth from the earth and comes into contact with the surrounding water, freezing instantly and capturing that moment of violence forevermore. Officer says the water mixed in it prevents the ceruleum from being set aflame, so we can't use it as fuel without refinement. Officer says pure ceruleum is wrested straight from the earth. That's what those rigs you see off in the distance are doing, or so I've heard. Officer says here we are, safe and sound. I couldn't have done it without you. Officer says now all that's left is to deliver the goods. Let's enter those caves and get some shelter from these freezing winds, eh? Officer says well, the goods have been safely delivered, but I'm afraid I have one more task to beg of you. Of course, I'd do it myself if I could, but I'm afraid this calls for someone with skills that I lack. You're not obligated to help me again, but seeing as how you're already here, maybe you won't mind hearing me out.
It's 7 o'clock. What time are you going to be going to go eat dinner?
Oh. I am not sure.
I just wasn't sure if we should start this dungeon or not. That's why I was asking.
Oh, we can.
Okay.
We can start the dungeon.
Because
Okay.
I'm about to be able to start it.
Lise says Haven. The way into the tunnel is clear. We've made... Oh, I'll warm up when I throw a punch or two.
Magne says, barely enough cloth to swaddle a newborn. Clearly, you have spent too long around this.
Oh.
Sadhu says, watch your tongue, fool, lest I...
Magne says, we will see who is the fool when you freeze to death. Expect me not to warm your ill-prepared hide. These furs are for myself and mine armor alone, should I be blessed to meet her.
Sadhu says, as if any woman of worth would wish to be warmed by you, little son. Should we find such a warrior within, she will bask in my glorious... Serena says, stop, both of you.
Yeah, because after
Save
this
your fire
cutscene,
for
I
the
just have
enemy.
to talk to Pippin, and then we have.
Ishtola says,
then it says to clear the Tower of Babel.
Okay.
Lise says hello, everyone. All set. Ishtola says yes, free of unnecessary encumbrances, if rather more susceptible to the cold. Let us review our strategy. Lise says Pippin's group has gone ahead to the Enceladum. We are to meet them. We wait until the Tempered's attention is drawn by our diversionary force.
I'm now a
sneak onto
quarter of the
train.
way exactly
Next
done
stop,
Endwalker.
the Tower of Bobby.
Including
Serena
post
says if
Endwalker.
any, Tempered included, are injured, you scions must press on, no matter what.
But that's just MSQ done as well, like not counting Blue Quest.
Thancred says we should avoid moving as a group until we're
So I'm
underground,
probably just
so we'll
slightly,
need to
like,
make
maybe
our
like
own
maybe
way to the
25 and a half.
Enceladum. See.
Okay, talk to Lise. Now we go north.
Pippin says hail. It's good to see you, Haven. Pippin says we heard that you collapsed, but were given only the most cursory explanation. I'm glad you've recovered, and quickly enough to take part in the operation, at that. As you will have heard, we've secured the way in. Some few are to remain behind to keep your escape route clear. Pippin says our comrade from Lenter's Tears will lead the way into the station. I'll join you soon.
Arrow says the station is right this way. Tread lightly, now.
We have a MSQ person right in front of me.
Pippin says this is everyone.
Serena says consider the enemy well and truly distracted.
Pippin says time to go. Alphino says our primary objective is, of course, the Talon. But should we be presented with an opportunity to vanquish Anima, we must seize it. Alphino says if it is indeed the force behind the towers, destroying it will deliver our allies from the Tal-Aphorai's reign of terror. And I, for one, would not see the Garlean people manipulated any longer, be it by Primal, Ascian, or...
Lise says here. There's been enough of that. Lise says we came to help the people of Garlemald, and that's what we're going to do. Together.
Alphino says till the very end. Pippin says the train should be along any moment now. Prepare to board.
Hey, we're boarding your favorite train.
Nice.
The tower is now accessible.
What are you going through as?
The only choice I have is tank.
Okay.
Yeah, the only choice I have is paladin because it's my only 83.
Okay. Okay.
Ready?
Yeah. Alrighty. Good to go.
Yep, I'm just clearing out.
No, you're good.
Oh my god, insta-kill. What are you coming in as?
AST? AST. Astrologian. There we go.
Ashmain Ultros says // Cordo Ultros says hello.
Revna says yo.
I even click on you to pet you.
Revna says Mike and Revna gently pats you.
Now or never.
Alright.
Lise says we'd better clear the train of threats before we arrive.
Oh, we haven't somebody decing already?
No, he just has an icon next to his name.
Oh.
Heart says we're slowing down. Our destination must be close.
Lise says look, captives. Help me free them. Reed says you may leave them in our care.
Yeah, I don't remember this one at all.
Oh my word. You just got out of my circle.
A what?
I have a circle set up to damage all of them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And to restore your healing. Because I don't... Yeah.
Heart says a moment's reprieve. From here onwards, we should split into three
Oh
groups
wait,
to
oh wait a
divide their
minute for you
attention.
to be able to revive. Yeah.
I already got him.
I'll wait for Rise to have a bit more HP. Yeah.
Luki says my beautiful little boy will keep this tower free of vermin. Barnabas says Luki says ouch. What are you doing, you foolish boy? The vermin are over there. Barnabas says
Oh shit.
We're supposed to be in. I don't know.
Older says the Iron Man's contraptions were no match for the sun. Hart says what could they possibly need such an enormous lift for?
Police says enemies? In here?
It's multiple, right?
Excuse me.
Older says so our paths diverge. Then let us see who gets there first.
I got almost every single item there, right?
Nice.
Luigi says Garth, I'll teach you to underestimate my genius. Wee hee hee. Look upon the face of fear. hee hee. Even the mightiest of warriors can't fight without her. Nothing quite like good, old-fashioned explosions. Lord Zeno's put me in charge for a reason. I'll have your heads for playthings. Hee hee hee. I'll slice you in two. Curses. You may have bested me, but you're no match for Lord Zenos.
Heaven's flame says go. I shall deal with these whelps.
Where do we go? Oh, this way?
Going? Okay.
Yeah, you had pulled aggro just before I got there. I didn't get every weapon aggro. So now I did.
Yeah. Go over here where we're standing. You don't have to deal with this stupid. Not that far.
The AoE?
Out of the AoE.
It's Anima. He hasn't changed at all since Final Fantasy X.
Why would they design something new when they already had the wheel design ready to go?
Because they do that with Ifrit every single time. They do that with Sid every single time. They changed Twitch to Core Space in Final Fantasy VIII. Should I be running away with these chains?
Yep, run away from it.
It'll be nice to know when I get rescued.
I didn't rescue you. We're on the opposite sides of each other.
No, before...
I didn't touch you.
Oh, that wasn't a rescue when I got pulled into the middle?
No, that was his attack.
Oh.
I didn't rescue you, trust me. I did not rescue you. Because I knew it was going to pull you in. I don't get time for that shit. I know where you're running. I can hate.
Bomb boy?
Yeah, his status actually means he's busy. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Everybody get inside. You know you can use Divine Veil, right?
Which?
You're a paladin.
Yeah.
You can use Divine Veil. Except for... Gives everybody a shield.
Oh. I thought that just said
I'm not
me.
pulling you in, by the way. This will automatically suck you. And you gotta move out.
Hey, PPG. GG.
Rev now says GG.
Cordo Elchos says thanks all.
I'm gonna go to the
Ashley
red mage.
Elchos says GG. Time.
I'll give it to whoever's still here when I leave.
Back to Bill.
Give it to the Viper, because he was the only one left here. And I got one combination. I've got a cutscene, so if you want to back out, you can.
Varus. May the gods have mercy on your
Okay.
soul. Come. The other two await.
And now I think I go meet a living way.
You get to hang out with the Bun Buns.
Don't remind me.
The Bun Buns.
This madness ends here!
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
I'm sending you something on Discord.
Oh, mighty Zodiac!
Oh, nice.
Awaken from your slumber and descend!
Some manner of magical defense?
Cryle? But how?
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Hydaelyn! Feeble relic of a forgotten age! Hark! Victory is mine! No more your ether. And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Whatever it takes.
What was that?
The final order issued by Anima to the Tempered Thralls. Should the Empire fall, the world must share our fate. Of course, Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman! You monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and they're powerless to prevent it.
Hey, gameplay boy.
We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him. Seek his aid. Restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the
brought
camp.
snacks down here and I didn't even eat them.
You what?
The others are doing their best to contain.
I brought snacks with me when last time I went upstairs.
And you haven't even touched them yet?
Leave them to die or
No.
give up the chase. Just like Van Daniel said.
Okay, they're just biscuits with almond butter.
Yum.
Rather delicious.
You're going alone? You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours.
You watched 2 seasons of this.
You've watched 2 seasons of your show already?
Our friends in the temple need our help.
It's only 3 seasons, but this is like the 3rd time I've seen this show. So.
Oh yeah. Have you watched Heartstoppers yet?
Once we
Season
have
3?
matters well in hand, we'll join
Whatever
you on
it
the
is?
road.
Nope.
Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
Not yet.
I'm surprised.
No particular reason. I just would rather have multiple seasons ready to watch than
Alphino says
just...
if all of the tempered are affected,
and
Duelist
then
and
having
his
to wait if
comrades
they're gonna
likely
make a
put
fourth
up quite the
season.
struggle.
Yeah.
Alphino says we'll find a way to save them, we must. I only pray we are not too late. Alphino says in the meantime, may the 12 carry you to victory.
You may now enter the Tower of Babel with a party of NPC avatars. To make use of this feature, open the Trust interface located under Duty in the main menu.
Sia says my apologies, I was lost in thought. This device is of elegant design, which leads me to think I was right about Fandaniel. No matter what he claims, he still has an attachment to the trappings of his past. Whether knowing this will make your path forward clearer, I cannot say, but bear it in mind. But let us turn to the task at hand. As Hydaelyn said, the flow of ether will transport you to Mere Lamentorium. We must hope this ally of ours can provide you with the necessary assistance to restore the seal before Xenos and Fandaniel arrive to stop you. It seems we are ever one step behind, but I have faith that you'll make up the difference. Know that whatever awaits, our prayers are with you. Now go, beyond the sky.
To the moon!
Long, long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an Elder Primal, the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own. Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits, in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
Spirit says I.
Kensai says wool can hold their breath forever.
Spirit says return. I must return. Why?
Okay, now what? Touch him again?
Spirit says home. I want. I need.
Echo says you mustn't touch. Echo says in Cerulean Halls, find me.
Supposed to build 2 of these slides? Where did it say 2? It doesn't say 2.
No steps echo through this looming spire save your own, but you nevertheless sense a presence above.
It must say
back.
2.
Use the bathroom.
Okay.
Lord ZX has logged out.
Oh. Apologies, I've been preoccupied for quite some time and out of practice and conversation. Ever since this moon was created by Hadlin, I have served with Integra Perp and the Watcher. He doesn't look like the Watcher to me.
Lord ZX has logged in.
Welcome back, Lord ZX. I just broke my case. That's not good on my old phone.
Watcher says you must confront those lost souls, yes, but you need not expel them by might of arms. A feather touch, a firm word, simple methods may send them away, faint echoes as they are. We're the strength of sentiment that drives them, however. Emotions that do not fade even with the passage of centuries.
I have come back.
Welcome back.
And make haste. Though yet distant, unwelcome guests draw closer.
Geronimo! Geronimo!
Spirit says where, when, how long. Spirit says, was it truly so long ago? Spirit says we were happy, at peace with the star. We nurtured it, helped it grow, with our will, our creations. Spirit says we were the star's beating heart. Every soul a drop of blood flowing through its veins. To live, to learn, to create, to make, the star flourished, as did we. Do you remember?
As the whispers die, the final spirit fades. No shadows of times long lost remain around the drowning.
It's a doggo! Hi, doggo! That dog's almost as tall as me.
An unusually lustrous dog is gazing at you with what seems to be fond anticipation.
Is this what a Lala
It appears
feels
to be
like?
waiting for you to follow it.
What a Lala feels like?
What?
Probably.
With having a dog,
Follow the
having a
lustrous
tall
dog and
dog
try not to.
be just as tall?
Oh, maybe.
The game just crashed on me.
No!
I will be right back. Let me throw my be right back skin on while I fix this. Okay. Where is... Okay, documents is there. Where is Dali? It's 2024, 2025. Okay, where is where's my phone? There it is. Aussie. 16 people in queue. That's not cool.
Welcome to Exodus. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. Be wary of phishing attempts via tel. If you receive a tel containing a URL to a website from a random player, please check the contents carefully since there is a high possibility that it is a phishing site. Details: https://skegs.to/ftnjl.
Wow, there's actually 100 mentors on right now.
Oh wow, 179 new adventures.
Yep.
Follow the luster.
That's pretty amazing.
You know what I just thought of, but it doesn't work? Vevna?
What? What did you think of?
Imagine if I could have right-clicked and just clicked follow on the dog.
You could.
I tried, it doesn't work. It says the target is preoccupied, unable to interact when I right-click.
The dog.
Spirit says we in the star were fulfilled. Wanted for naught, mourned for naught. So why did it have to end? says the final days taught us to fear it, the injustice of duties and dreams left unfulfilled, the grief of unexpected swift as darkness, cold as ash. Such tragedy, yet no catharsis. Such
As the whispers die, the spirit fades. All is silent and still around the numbing branch. The lustrous dog is once again staring at you expectantly.
Are you in a dungeon?
Dungeon? I am faith farming.
Oh, okay.
Or a bunch of crystals.
Ah, okay. Did you see what my suggestion was? They're not feeling it as a paladin.
Gladiator.
Yeah.
And this is why you should be banned from the Anonymous Network.
The dog silently regards
Why?
the shadow that
The second. Give me. Give it to science.
Oh, our favorite fate is up.
Fate.
Calusa.
Oh, the.
You know how in that photo I sent you? Where is it here? When did I send it? 6:49 to 7:33. It's now moved to 7:23 to 7:43.
I'm gonna say the giant giant, what's it called? The Taurus Squay is here in the Dravinian Forelands.
Oh yeah?
Robo Rare Fate. I've never seen that fate pop so much in my entire life the last, like, 2 months.
Yeah, I know, right?
When I was farming that fate before Endwalker came out, that fate never popped. I swear.
Yeah,
or it popped at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I had to work.
Yeah. And how many times did we run it? Like 5 or 6 times ourselves?
Yeah, enough to get the frog mount. Did you get the mount yet?
The frog mount? No. Is that what you get it from? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Ah,
yeah.
I'm nowhere near a crystal.
Damn. Because we could partner up and you can get the last few frog things that we need. You just have to run something that's level 80.
80? I have multiple 80s.
I'll go to Caluso.
Okay. Check how much time is left.
To see how much time is left.
Yeah, because they're trying to say it doesn't come up for 25 minutes.
They haven't started it yet.
Okay. Well, as soon as this cutscene's done, then. I have to also keep an eye on my groceries. But it's not supposed to be here for an hour, but still.
I read page list.
Should I come in as a dragoon or should I tank it, do you think?
Probably tank. I have a blue mage here. Oh, they swapped out a blue mage to Sam. Wearing like no clothes. It's not awkward or anything. I think your cutscene's gonna last longer.
You think so? Well, it didn't say this was a long cutscene, so usually when it does that, it means it's less than 4 minutes. And I don't know when it started.
They're calling it 21, so it's 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Okay. And if this cutscene is not finished by the time it closes, I'll just skip it and rewatch it.
Yeah, you can go to an inn or anything to rewatch cutscenes.
Yeah.
I could bring you back to the moon with flight or something.
Yeah.
45 seconds.
Okay. Well, this cutscene feels like it's wrapping up as it is, so. Or maybe not.
You have 30 seconds now.
Okay. Kalusha?
Yep. At the very top of the hill, Sakanta. Still a tide or whatever, still tide?
Yep, on my way. Oops.
Naneko says start whenever low. Stern says made. Godiva Lamia says for lore and Maiden Calusia, 25.6, 16.7, Z, 3.1, Sun, HP, 30.8%. Alicia Excalibur says made. Starset Leviathan says made.
Naneko says LOL. Oh well.
Says someone get it to 100.
Frost says Plasma.
Naneko says we need to use on thanks. Lol.
Frost says thank you.
We're gonna start.
I'm dead.
God, look at all the dead people.
Carter died just as he did that.
Everybody up.
You still have 46,000 or 46 million damage to do.
Christ. Where's the thing? God. Let me die.
Ace Excalibur says I landed and died.
If we damage it like we did for the first 20 million damage, we will pass this with about a minute to spare.
What's the green one? Is it the green one? No, it's the pink one. Always the pink one.
Who says Hopula Lamia straightens his spectacles for formidable.
I see a lot of dead.
Why are you red mage, Rez? Oh, I don't have any MP left.
Why are most of the dead people clowns?
I don't know. The problem is that I can't see people enough to res them.
Mega Hyperion says just like fun. X.
Have any MP left?
We're at 50% finally.
Renata says super toilet, you're not a vertical bar.
Nameku says kill out.
Frost says him dead in a faint.
Renata says
I don't see any ads.
We've already killed him.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Frost says he'll be at my house till the drawing. Dubsy.
God. Oh god. You gotta shake it off?
In 20 seconds I do. Okay. 10 seconds.
Thank you.
You're welcome. $20 million to go.
Oh my god. Who is tanking and bringing him all the way over here?
No idea. You have higher aggro than I do. I just died.
Wait, just a second.
Thank you.
Again.
Renata Cezanne.
God, you had to shake it off.
What?
Thank God you had to shake it off.
Yeah. $5 million.
Cool.
$50 seconds to shake it off. I'm up.
Naneko says thank you for the spawn and relay, heart.
We finished it.
Lamia says Taiwan heart.
Yay!
Leflush says toilet Leflush Hyperion celebrates victory. Stern says thanks you all.
Let's see, so I have 72 I have 6.
Red now says GGS.
And I have 16 eggs.
Malha Ultra says thanks.
How many did I need?
You needed 12.
Oh, I saw because I just got 6.
No,
now
Lamia
I
says
have
thanks.
16, so
Gardios
Yeah, I
says
needed 12 and
Ligodios
you just go to
Lamia's eyes
Lumar.
sparkle in amazement
To go
at
where?
it
Your
says
mouth?
Kruna Lamia.
A little more.
You more? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh my God! Look at all the people who got their achievements.
So many. Oh my God. Wow.
Poke the lion.
Where is the summoning bell?
There should be one upstairs.
I found one. The doctor has them, I believe.
All says.
Yeah, doctor has 10.
Where though? Right there. Okay, so now where do I go?
You come up over here to Fat Hard. And it's Glorious Gigods. And it's the Iron Frog Mover Ignition's key.
Glorious Gigogs, you said?
Yep. And then it's the ignition key you want. Yeah.
Oh, I could even unlock I have enough for the toad head too. No. Nice. Is that the fog you always ride?
Yep, that's the frog I always ride.
So I am definitely adding. I'm definitely adding that to my. Where's Fog Boy? Is that Fog Boy? That's Fog Boy. Add to favorites. Okay. I can't get back to the moon, can I?
No. Do you have Flight in Garlemald yet?
No. Wait, I'm in the wrong menu. Endwalker. Oh wait, that's here, right? Is this the moon?
Yeah. That is the moon.
Where am I going? I'm going here. That's 69.2 yams, which is. Oh, you didn't come with me?
You want me to fly you there?
I thought you were going. I thought you said you were going to.
I said I would fly you back to Garlemald from Garlemald, but I can fly you to your next quest. I'm on my way.
You even said, "Oh, I'll fly you back. I'll fly you back on the moon."
Yeah, from Garlemald is what I said. Where'd you go?
I'm right here.
I'm a fat boogle. You're over by the quest, right?
Yeah.
This way. Or the fate, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. There's a crushing brand. Sense. Oops.
Where is it? It is okay. Oh, it's the next path. Okay. Yeah, that's good enough. Doggo is right here.
Right here?
Yep. You landed me almost on Doggo. Thank you.
Oh, good. Alright. Have fun.
The dog growls, agitated.
The dog is growling at you.
Oh, no.
The dog nudges you with its nose. You get the feeling it wants you to.
Tail feather I go.
Ride the doggo. So when you open it, when you find a new location, you get exactly 0.5% of new of your level.
Yes.
That's such a weird. Like, why would it be 0.5%?
Your guess is as good as mine. Oh, my chicken must have died. Get some chicken meat.
Hey, didn't I give you like 600 chicken weed?
Yeah, I have 543 chicken weeds.
Okay.
In the nick of time to savor the crowning triumph. Unbound and free at last. Arise, Zodiac!
Oh, I've got a trial coming right up.
Oh, I'm not doing that trial.
You don't want to do the joke inside?
Nope, I do not.
Why?
Deprived of
Because...
heart and will by the loss of dearest Elidibus. A creature.
You'll know when you start doing it. Why I do not want to do that trial.
Wanting for
That's
guidance.
so mean.
Mean?
Yeah.
But powerful.
It's not mean.
So
I'm protecting myself from crying.
More so with every powerful moment. such potential.
I can't really say it's
Even
crying.
in this incomplete state. Still the savior who delivered a world from certain doom.
So, here we stand. You know my intent. Consume the god, then the world. Stoke your fury to a raging inferno, and dance among the ashes. Or perhaps you would face me here and now. A lesser but welcome announcement.
It's so same.
Yes. A taste to whet the appetite.
Sorry to spoil the moment, but might I ask that you postpone the slaughter until I've said my piece? I promise I will be brief. Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to die and take everyone with me? I meant it.
Oh my god.
Such lofty aspirations! And what sweet irony that the world's saviors will become the agents of its destruction! Lies and delusion! The dead have no power over me. You will be silent. Silent as the grave!
Believe and walk in faith. Let the light of your soul shine for all to see. Not quite the outcome you'd imagined, but a fitting one nonetheless. Don't you think so, Hades?
more. Boundless power. Mine to command. I had intended to pit my fractured divinity against Xenos, but a more tempting option presents itself. The greatest obstacle to my ambition. You will trouble me no longer.
The dark inside is now accessible. You ready?
I'm not doing it. Whoever said it's not that hard is lying to you. If you don't understand how the platform moves, you're gonna die.
The real question is, will you live to see the end?
Yeah, that's it. I'm telling you.
So that's two people that have said that it is not. That it is not hard.
Yeah. If you don't understand the way the platform moves, you're not gonna understand the fight. It's a lot of healing too, so it's probably a good thing you don't have a healer at that level.
Yeah.
Squirrel Excalibur says ahoy.
Victorious Behemoth
I wanna
says
throw punch those two mentors.
Lemon says crap, I have to think.
Lightbearer Excalibur says much like the MSQ.
Victorious Behemoth says enjoy.
All creation shall bend to my will.
Lightbearer Excalibur says never really expect to get this in roulette, haha.
Squirrel Excalibur says this is going to be rough trying to remember BLM now. Been doing like level 30 content forever.
Lightbearer Excalibur says you enjoy your cutscenes.
We have a person named here called Lost
Lemon
Squirrel.
says join me in suffering.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful.
Lightbearer Excalibur says the end has what?
What was that?
Circus for the playthings.
What was what?
I went down to like 1 HP.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. 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 Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Zodiac said Malice. Become flesh.
Oh my god!
Soon my hold over Zodiac shall be complete! Mine! All mine!
Lightbearer Excalibur says no my burst.
At
Zodiac
last,
says it
I
was.
am become
Zodiac.
Zodiac! The natural order overturned! All in existence, bent to my will! My life's work!
My masterpiece.
My masterpiece! I've waited for this day. All in existence, bent to my will.
Zodiac says the great cataclysm faithfully recreated.
From broken skies fall tears of flame. All shall burn. Will you live to see the end?
Why are we not LBing?
Zodiac says I have no need for a
Reason why.
I just fell off the edge.
Squirrel Excalibur says young.
Lightbear Excalibur says GG.
Is this the limit
Tori
of your
Sticky
power?
says type.
Is this
Lightbear Excalibur says enjoy MSQ.
I got 3 commendations for that.
Nice.
Incomplete and insufficient. Of course he was no match. Once again, you left my best laid plans in ruins. And played your role to perfection. Thus, sealing my victory. From the first, all I wanted was for you to kill Zodiac. 'Twas but one of many methods to achieve the desired effect. 'Twould have been the same had Xenos died in my place. But what better and more satisfying way to ensure success than to take control myself? My My sole regret is that you live to tell the tale. Even so, I have fulfilled my heart's desire. Let your murder mark the beginning of the end. The coming of the final days!
How quickly strength fades, and blood cools. Old familiar sensations. So many lives, so many deaths. No different this. I close my eyes and slip into the dreamless slumber. A tired song and dance. Routine. Always I wake. But not this time. Nothing left unsaid. Nothing left undone. Inherit my hell. I intone with glee.
Hot name.
The man I was would weep for what I have become. The all-consuming contempt. But I've the wisdom of 10 millennia to justify my answer to the question. No value in their existence. Not a whit. For all that I looked. None that I did see. A final chance, then, for Heidelin and her faithful. In Cataclysm, prove me wrong. I snare. All shall return to nothingness, as was your will, Emperor Zande. I, the star, and every living being, consigned to your oblivion.
At last.
Lots of people get Boja today. Holy moly.
Yeah. So apparently, according to the one Discord that I'm in, uh, Exodus has actually become the Boja and Eureka hotspot.
Oh. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Complaining about it in the least. I'm still surprised there are people still doing Boja, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, I haven't finished Boja.
I mean, same. Just been farming. Oh yeah, I need to do.
No.
That's when I was 60.
I'll find no fulfillment in a contest with you this day.
Ooh, look at it. It doesn't glow yet, man. That's
Slavering beasts gather at your gates,
still a nice
ravenous
blade.
and eager. Already you turn to them and away from me. I must go forth once more in search of power far beyond the might of Shinryu. Power to make your heart run over with rage. For the eldest of primals was a betrayal of promise. A pathetic creature incapable of inspiring true despair. That's what I crave. Pure, unadulterated despair.
Is that alright? My list?
We shall see.
India? My accent.
Watcher says I sense his presence on the moon no longer. If you need not follow, then I beg you stay and listen to what I have to tell you. Of Zodiac and the end of all things.
In Shadow's Wake.
Before we speak at length, I believe a change of surrounds is in order.
Oh, that's
I have
cool.
more than ill tidings to share.
So
you see.
this
I
this
sensed
stuff
others
here that I'm
arriving
about
not
to
long
pick
ago.
up now, okay, is the first weapons
Though
ever
my
in the
communions
game of
with
Final Fantasy
Hydaelyn have grown
14
infrequent,
that they
I
give
have
you
learned enough from her to
as
know
part of
these
the
are your
MS2
comrades.
that beats that pre-beats the Poetics weapon.
And as luck would have it, they have already
That's
reached
cool.
my abode. Come, let us join them.
Where are we going? We are going this way? Yeah.
Three more left. Three more, and then I'm done with the first Colors of
Ishtola says,
Boja
thank goodness you are
weapon
unharmed.
creation.
We did
for
what we could to subdue
resistance.
the tempered
More.
before making our way here. Not without casualties, unfortunately. Some few detonated explosives, killing themselves, and the contingent's healers had their hands full tending to the injured and enthralled when we took our leave.
Orionje says, lest you wonder, Mistress Kryl hath also been delivered unto their care. Serving as a conduit for Hydaelyn's power hath taken its toll, but she will recover in.
Ishtola says, as for Alphino and Alizé, they insisted on remaining in Garlemald while we three rushed to your aid. It appears, however, that matters here have already come to a conclusion. But what manner of conclusion, if I might ask? And is this the ally whom Hydaelyn bade you seek out? He is not unlike the shades of Amorat.
Watcher says, not unlike, perhaps, but not the same. I was created by Hydaelyn, together with this place. It has ever been my duty to keep vigil over Zodiac.
Ishtola says, then Zodiac is no more?
Watcher says, and not without consequence, I am afraid, for now the delicate weave of the star, preserved by his presence, will begin to unravel. If you mean to avert the final days, you shall have need of. Thancred says, are you all right? Watcher says, my attempts to forestall Zodiac's release have all but exhausted my strength. If you might allow me to rest a short while, I will share with you all I can.
Ishtola says, please do. You need not exert yourself. These crystals contain records of your time here, yes? May we peruse them while we wait?
Watcher says, by all means. If you would review them chronologically, might I suggest beginning with those on the upper floor?
Ishtola says, I shall leave that to you, Haven, while I see what can be gleaned from the crystals on these lower levels.
Upstairs. Oh my god, I just fell. Right off the top. Can I ride my boat in here? I can. Oh! You gave me the fog! And the roulette. My fog doesn't fly yet, though. Rip.
As you gaze into the crystal, ancient knowledge of Zodiac flows through your mind. Memories says daily summary, no abnormalities detected, daily summary, no abnormalities detected, daily summary, no abnormalities detected. These appear to be records of a long, lonely vigil on the moon, dating back to the beginning of Zodiac's imprisonment. As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of past calamities flows through your mind. The records describe how, with each rejoining, Zodiark's thirst for freedom grew, as did the strain on the brands.
Oops.
Maintaining Zodiark's imprisonment appears to tax Hydaelyn greatly. As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of past rejoinings flows through your mind. The records describe the Watcher's efforts to prepare in the event Zodiark broke free from his prison.
No
The
more
records go on to describe maintenance carried out regularly with the Loporids, though it is not clear who or what they are.
But that's okay. I really don't need to be snacking 24/7 when I'm playing a video game.
As you gaze into the crystal, a record of an unexpected visitor flows through your mind. The records note the Watcher's musings when Elidibus is spotted on the moon, though clearly not for the first time. Memory says it is clear he and his brethren have a keen interest in freeing Zodiark from his prison, and yet they have made no attempt to destroy the brands. Perhaps they prefer he remain hidden from mortal eyes until the final rejoining. Perhaps they realize we would never dare bring harm to Zodiark, so long as he remains imprisoned.
Your food's on the way.
Yep.
Ishtola says,
But
did
look,
you learn
it was
anything
supposed to
of
be
import?
7:33 at the latest, now it's 7:33 at the earliest.
Well, it's okay.
So it is as we suspected. Maintaining the brands requires a great deal of her energy and focus, and this cost has grown higher with every rejoining. That would explain why contact with her has become rather infrequent since the 7th Umbral calamity. I too made a rather startling discovery. This heavenly body we know to be the moon was in fact created by Hydaelyn. Ishtola says when the Watcher said he was created together with this place, I thought he only meant this facility. Truly, Hydaelyn's powers are far beyond anything I could have imagined.
Is the Red Mage's LB3 really bad?
Is it bad? Have I sent you this image before? Probably not.
Probably not then, if I'm asking this question. Were you sending it?
Oh, Facebook.
Okay. Let me open up Facebook.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of
Messenger.com.
extraordinary. There is much we could learn of Zodiark and his imprisonment. But perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Hey, tell us of the calamity that came before and comes now again.
Red Mage and Black Mage, their LBs are giant flash bombs. You will literally be blinded.
Now I kind of want to go LB3 with the red maids. I don't. I think this photo is a lie because isn't the Earth supposed to be flat?
What photo?
The picture on stream of the moon. I mean, of the Earth.
Oh, yes, the Earth is flat.
That doesn't look very flat to me.
Maybe you're looking at it wrong.
Oh, probably.
Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source? Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
You know, I do wonder how much of Dawn Trail was probably put like into that during Endwalker. Like, I wonder how much of Eve's expansion was into that in the one before it.
And so they sought a means
Probably
to
quite a
harness
bit.
the forces of darkness.
Because like
thus
they're probably close to finishing the 8.0 storyline, like writing the script and all that.
The flow of ether
Is my guess.
Okay, well my dinner is ready, so I'm back.
Okay. I was thinking after you come back from dinner, switch over to Apex.
Okay, are you done with Final Fantasy today?
For now. I might come on after, but I wanna try and get at least my dailies done for
those who summoned
Apex.
Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a threat.
I'm gonna go eat then.
Okay, enjoy.
Mike and Revna has logged out.
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your words. And even if Hydaelyn is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that. Which brings me to a rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days. Should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
Yes, but what is it?
Watcher says the time has come for you to be on your way. Watcher says the crater at the heart of Mare Lamentorum, where Zodiac was imprisoned, is not so easily traversed, however. Let us call upon Argos, the familiar whom you met earlier. He should have no trouble bearing you across. As Hydaelyn created me as the jailer, so too did she create Argos as the guard. It is his nature to appear when needed, and yet he is nowhere to be found. Strange. Mayhap the imbalancing of ether has affected him. Let us make for the crushing brand, and attempt to call upon him there. You need but recall the path you walked with Argos before, and you will find your way.
Ishtola says if he labors in service to Hydaelyn's plan, I see no reason not to do as he suggests. Shall we make for this crushing brand, then?
Let's just keep going up here. That's annoying. Oh, come on. That was a real pain in the ass.
Watcher says the place we seek is just ahead at the Chlorophosgro. You see, Argos cannot manifest without sufficient concentrations of ambient ether. You would be hard-pressed to find a greater confluence than inside this cavern. Follow me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, now he's done defeated. I have to go get my earbuds. So, chat, I will be right back. Where's OBS? You want to be right back? And we'll be back in a couple minutes.
Alright, chat. So sorry about that. Did I miss anything? We had Spambot. That was it. Now Revna should be back in about 10 minutes, or about 5 minutes. So, do I want to do the MSQ or not? Continue with MSQ? Or just save out? Let me look at the guide. Helping Hands. Speak with the Watcher. Oh, okay, so it's going to be some long cutscenes. So I'll just actually end it here. So with that, everybody, I hope you guys